Hello, hello, hello. All right, I've been racing to get everything set up so that we can start by 11. I made it in the nick of time. I think we're all here. I'm on time for once. See, this is character growth. So one sec. I just need to get the last little bits set up properly. I think I've got pretty much everything here. He isn't late. I'm not late. So, oh wow, so many people here from the get-go. Hey guys, how are you all going? I'm in the clear today. Righto. Oh, one thing I haven't done yet. I'll need to quickly just duck under my desk and plug in the air compressor. So one sec. I am still here. Very, very thin ice. Look, I'm not late. That's all that matters. Everyone knows 5 minutes early is the new on time. Look, I make the rules here. This is my stream. I decide when on time is. You have no power here. Oh, the cord of my airbrush, the braided cable is all tangled up. One sec. Do I use 2 cups of water, one for metal paints and one for the rest, or one to drink? They're both to drink. One of them is to get rid of all the real, I generally use this one here to get rid of when my brush is really loaded up with paint, I get rid of all of the, all the shit goes in here. And then when I'm just adding moisture to a brush, I'll just do it in this one here. And I drink both of them. Okay. Air compressor is compressing. So, where were we at? You're sure I'll smash out the next OSL base though? Growing pains of trying for a first. Look, I'm glad you have confidence in me. I like that Francois is keeping it real. We'll see how we go. Basically, where we were at, we've got the lighting, or at least these growing pains have been painful. It's in the name, brother. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Because basically, what we need to do is we need to get the color in these zones here, and then we'll probably darken up the sections which are not directly in the light. So we'll darken this side of the skulls to really make it look like this is a dark environment. And then we'll get the OSL on the flag and stuff. Good question, do you have any Assault Interceptors with jump packs? They're actually the best models and nothing can change you about except Terminators and Blade Guard vets. I don't think so. Because the only Space Marines that I have are the ones that came with the Leviathan box set, and I don't believe there are any Assault Interceptors in that. And are those tentacles? They are tentacles. I pillaged them from the Zangors in my Thousand Suns set, and yeah, because I believe this tentacle here was essentially just cut off the top of a flag, so that flag, I got another one of those and took the tentacle off it, and these tentacles here were amputated off of the head of a Zangor. Couple minutes late, bad planning on your part. Had a sudden urge to rearrange your house so you now have a private room for painting and games. Nice. Interceptors, the heavy guys with jump packs. Yeah, I don't think that any of them came with Leviathan. One sec. I'm gonna go and grab. Hey peeps, hey Silver. I'm gonna go and grab the spray box that I have on the other side of my room and get ready to start. Yeah, get ready to start spraying. One sec. One sec, just getting some more shit together. This is the price we pay for me being on time. All right. So, okay. What is this demon for? It's not actually a base for a demon. We've got a Night Questoris going on it. Whoops. Yeah, so this is how we're going to have it set up. Like that. So it's going to be quite cool, hopefully. Hopefully I can do it justice. Okay. So, what are we doing? We need... these are the colors. I think those are the three main colors that we'll be using for the light. Other than that... I think those are the main ones that we wanted. I only need one of these. Oh yeah, so I'm just having these out so that I have like the three options because I'm not sure which one I'm going to go with yet. And I'll only start with one of them. I'm not going to mix them, but I'm going to start with one of them and then sort of use the others for accent colors or sort of phase other ones through it so that it's not just one solid color. But yeah, we'll start off with the darker one. take a shit and put it on the base to represent a chaos spawn. Looks exactly like it. True. I like the way you think. That's some budget saving technique right there. Okay, one second. I'm just going to put my mask on so that I don't choke to death on atomized paint. One sec. Yeah, just because interesting way that I've seen some people do lava effects, and I know this isn't lava. I've reiterated over and over again that this isn't lava, but if it behaves like lava, I think that'd look really cool. But one way I've seen people do it is they do like a really light color to begin with, and then they come in and hand brush like little chunks of really dark sort of dry and cracking surface on the top. And that looked so cool, but I don't think I could pull that off. Next, you'll be telling us you don't like to breathe asbestos? No, you see, my poison of choice is I just love solvents. Yes, he's playing a certain game, not bragging. I feel like you're bragging right now, Chaos. I feel like that name or that message right there is you bragging. Need to spray a thin glaze. Okay. Let's see how well we can get this thinned out. You were watching some Space Marine 2 earlier, live earlier, and was not impressed? Ah, okay. I haven't gotten it yet. I'm waiting until it does the proper release, and I'll give it a try then. What's the most powerful being in all of 40k? It's either Gork or Mork. It's one of the two. Like, you can't say wrong. Gork and Mork are literally the strongest beings in 40k. They're just too busy fighting each other to fight anyone else. We'll go one drop of the paint first. Actually, there's a second drop coming out. We'll get that in there. We'll mix it through and see how it goes. Just on the spray box first. The paint on spray box looks cool. Make a good background for photography of minis. I haven't thought about that actually. It'd probably be better than just my timber veneer desk. I'll give it a shot. Oh, yeah, I'll try a few of them, see how it looks. So I'll just mix this with a soft bristle brush. This is very thin in here, but it might need to be thinner still. Oh yeah, I reckon this is I think this is a nice thin glaze that we can get out of this. Yeah, I reckon that'll be good. I need to pull it back a fair bit because it's so watery. If I get the brush too close, it starts to spread it. This is making me really nervous because I don't want to fuck it up. Yeah, I'm focusing as much as I can on the outer edges rather than going down the middle like I did there. Because I feel like it's fine that I went down the middle up in these sections here because it's much narrower. But as I get into the wider pools here, I want to leave it more white in the middle. I don't like the way it's starting to pool a bit when I get the brush too close. You can see how there's like really dense bits. So I'm just going to go through with the just air coming out, not actually letting any paint through, just to try and disperse these bits where I can. Oops, went a bit too hard there. Paint's getting a bit, starting to run a bit low here, so I'm just going to get a bit more thinner in there and a little bit more paint. Just because it's getting a bit inconsistent as I spray. rock looking purple looks great. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll continue to look great. I am very nervous that I'm just going to completely ruin it at some point. Okay, I think I need a little bit more color in here because there's barely anything coming out. Oh, in fact, I just did that and pretty much I just sprayed out all the thinner. I neglected that the thinner comes out unbelievably quickly and I need the paint to slow the flow in the brush. So I believe first time round I did 2 drops. So let's just do that again. 1, 2. Might need a bit more thinner. We'll see how we go. What's this look like? No, it's pretty good. Okay, yeah, I'm really liking the way the purple's tinting the rocks. This is really cool. So what's the lore on our buddy tonight? He's a guy. He's on a Tzeentch demon world. That's about as far as we've gotten. I don't even know what colors we're gonna go with. Probably gonna be a free blade. Yeah, honestly, Kommissar, we know more about the Zangor that he's stomping on than we do about him. Freehand diamonds and hazard stripes. I like how Tiki hasn't even shown up to like advocate the gene stealers in a wild, but you're keeping the spirit alive. Need to add more random shit to his name to make him more accurate. He needs to have like a name. He needs to have like 20 different names just chained together. Base looks like a Tyrant if you squint hard enough and look at it from the top. I'm gonna take your word for it. I'll trust you on that one. Use your names. Honestly, I feel like I could just grab like a single word from each of your names. Just make this massive like conglomerate name for this night. Off to bed, good night. Thanks for dropping by, Hensley. Have a good sleep. Yeah, I think we're getting good coverage on it bit by bit. One moment. Yeah, unfortunately, I am still a little bit unwell because the pollen from the wattle trees around my house is absolutely fucked up. It's the worst. Cannot cope with it. Okay, and I think what I'm gonna do here is what I'll do is I'll probably, for the flag, apply a bit of man, why is the focus so bad for this? I think it's because the background is too bright, and so it's trying to focus on the background rather than the base. I'm probably going to go from a low angle on the underside of the flag, build it up, and then either very softly dry brush or gently hand brush, like glazes of the blues and drag them down from the top and just sort of blend this together. Look up the Latin word for the name of your town and that's the name of your night. I don't know if there is a Latin word for the name of my city. Actually, I think what I should do is I should start with a blue airbrush onto this and then glaze the pink up from below. I think that'd be better for the flag. Did I forget my Munitorum administered rebreather? No, I'm wearing the rebreather. Doesn't help much when I've been living in this shit. But like, Like, I've got my rebreather on. Oh man, I like the way the glow goes onto the skulls like that. Like, check that out. That's really cool. Oh, that's so cool. I'm loving that. I do still think I want to darken up this side of the skulls a little bit. Just with a very fine, darker glaze. Just so that they give the image of it being darker on this side. Because right now they kind of just, they look a bit flat. Because it looks like they're fully illuminated, which I don't want them to feel like that. But that side there makes it look so cool. I think another issue is because, unfortunately, this side... so when viewed from this angle, it looks really cool, but then when you turn it this way, this side is brighter than the bit that's being directly illuminated by the flow of magic. And it sort of draws away from it. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually just gonna have a section on the spray mat. Well, in the spray box, it is that is glazed with this color that we've used for the base, and then I'm gonna experiment a little bit with other colors running through the guts of it. Baron Francois Hein Hensley, the old Silver Titan Bane of the Agents of Chaos. He's the first of his name? Really? That's crazy. That's insane. He's not like Baron Francois Hein Hensley, the old Silver Titan Bane... Or Baron Francois Hein Hensley the 13th, old Silver Titan Bane of the Agents of Chaos. No, he's not the 13th. He's first of his name. Guide to the Name of a Knight. Lord Horik Canoram, High Prince of House Canoram, Pilot Knight of the Valiant Blade of the Gaia, Keeper of the Gates Loraro, Wielder of the Caloric Frame, Bringer of Hope, Herald of the Holy Order of the Adamantine Lance, the Paladin of Koto, the Slayer of the Lion of the Essa, the Triumphant, the Light of the Stars, and the Eradicator. That is a fucking name. Holy shit. That is an actual knight? No shot, that is an actual knight. That is so cool. That's awesome. Love it. Also the first of his name. That's crazy. Hey. Let's see if I just put a little bit of our lighter pink in there. Thin that up. A little bit more. Just add another 3 paragraphs for the memes. Just keep going. Once you've named him, come up with 2 other names and then just chain them together. Got it. Okay. So, that's the lighter pink now. I can sort of drag this down the guts a bit to make some bright spots. I think that'll be good. So for example, in the middle here. Actually, we'll do it here where I've gone down the middle already. I'm just using it to pick out some slightly brighter bits. I'm not going to go all the way over it, I'm just going sort of selectively with this. We need a name for the pilot. We will come up with one eventually. We don't even know what color he's gonna be. Okay. But, I reckon, let's mix up some of the blue that we were gonna use and do the flag. So we'll just get a bit of flow improver in here just to clear out the pink. Not actually getting a whole lot of flow through here, so just... There we are. I might actually... I think the nozzle might actually... Yeah, it's got a little bit on the needle there. I think House Veroni would look good on the base. I will check out the color scheme. Yeah. Because I don't know what color schemes I am going to go with. So I am 100% open to suggestions. I've also, I've had a couple of ideas for, like, what cool ways that I can tie it into the base. And, like, I've got some offcuts of guitar string that I was thinking I could use as really fine wire to paint up as like lightning crackling up from the streams of magic to like arcing to the legs of the Titan, and then I could have like scorch marks where it's making impact. I think that would look really cool. For fuck's sakes, what's up, Sanju? Guess he got sent to the Shadow Realm again. Oh, like the other day. Lord Bob, Prince of House Bombar, Pilot of the Night Questorus, Shell of Iron, Bane of the Realm of Zinch, Savior of Lord Francois Marion, Protector of the High Commissar Klein, Keeper of Silver. I didn't have enough breath ready for that one. Bro, the last message that came through is the asbestos message. Was it that long ago? Shit. No way it was that long ago. It was. That's so rough. Have you been talking this whole time? Despise life, going to change topic now to save yourself the pain. Hang in there, brother. Choose life. Alright, I reckon that's probably thin enough. We're not going for something super thick, we just want to get a tint on the flag with this. So we want to angle it away from the base. We're just going to glaze it. I might actually just use my finger just to stand this a bit further away as well. And once we've got a nice glaze on the flag, we're going to come back through and glaze the bottom edge of it with pink again. As you've been painting your Leviathan Dread, you've discovered something? Yeah? I'm probably going to hand paint the tentacle and the icon. The shoulder looks nice and flat and curved to make the checkers easy. This is a lie. It's a weirdly bumpy curve. Interesting. Oh, I actually like the way this is pooling. Because I feel like that it acts as a nice way of recess highlighting. To really make the it look like the it's low light and the actual color of the flag is being illuminated. I think I might let that recess highlighting stay. So I'm just gonna hold this and let it pool. I actually really like the way it's sitting in the pools there, or it's sitting in the recesses. I'm gonna let it sit here and dry for a bit. There's no way that Questoros is your savior. You're painting your own knight right now to beat your savior while helping this walkthrough.
Wielder of the blade of old, bringer of Sundew, brother of titans, slayer of the great chaos agent, destroyer of demons, bringer of doom, the voice of death.
You're done. Don't know what. Sorry, Francois. I don't know what to say about you. Look, Commissar, you have been working hard on these. Okay, yeah, I think this is a nice start to the flag, and then what we'll do is, yeah, we'll come through with the pink that we've used for the base to illuminate that. To bring her something twice, you're disappointed in your naming skills. Okay, so we'll just spray out the excess blue that we've got. Okay, just get rid of this bringer of Sunju. Good to know that the gardenist is, or that the knight is a gardener slash botanist. Look, he's got to have his pastimes. Maybe he just really like he could be like a really nice guy deep down. Doesn't want to go to war. Or maybe he's like the pyro in TF2 and he just completely misunderstands everything he's doing. He's just delusional. Watch out for the great unclean one, Silverus Scratchus Infectus. I like how he's got Infectus in his name, but I feel like the most great unclean one part of his name is Scratchus. There's just something menacing about Scratch in the in the context of a great unclean one. Yeah, that's mostly clear. Now we can come back through with our purple. So get our thinner and our dark purple. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should probably be more than enough. One. Come on. Come on. Come on. Holy shit, surface tension. Let go of that drop. Please. Please. 2. Gonna have to 3D scan your head and sculpt it into a great unclean one. That is some dedication. Destroyer of the great unclean one, Silver Scratchus Infectus. You put too much faith in this Questoris. I think that Silver Scratchus Infectus is one of the most indestructible Great Unclean ones out there. You can't just casually name a meager Knight Questoris the Destroyer of Scratchus Infectus. Okay, cool. Let's get some lighting on this flag. I think I might need to use the lighter pink, actually, just to really pick the bottom edges of this. It's working. Maybe I just need to do a few coats of it. Can confirm chat still doesn't work on your PC. That's so weird. Just cursed. It's a sick gradient. Thank you. I'm hoping it's I'm hoping it'll work out nicely. Oh, there we are. I think I just got a good one there. I think that's going to be good. And then we just do the other side. I don't need as much on the other side because it's not directly exposed, so we'll just do the bits around the edges. Okay. I am liking this. I need to get a different angle in though, because you can see there's a patch there that's sort of shielded from the spray. There we are. I'm liking how that's looking. I think that'll be very cool once it dries. And I like how the light blue has settled into the recesses to give some nice highlights on the upper half of the flag, like especially on the back here. Look at that highlighting. That's so cool. Okay, so now what I reckon I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get a darker accent color that's similar to the blues that I've got here, the blue-greens that I've got here, to just slightly dim this side of the skulls. posted images of Scratchus Infectus on your community page. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm taking a quick break to visit Silver's community page. Where are we? Posts. Holy shit, that goes so hard, Silver. What? That is so cool. No shot, you... How did you even do that? That's crazy. Man, that guy looks fucking putrid. Man, I fucking love Warhammer, where a community where you can compliment someone's work by saying it looks putrid. Clay and foil, right? Okay. Yeah, I really like the blade on the left arm and the way the intestines hang out like that. Very cool little additions. Hand sculpted. Yeah, I could tell that. Like, there's no way that was a GW sculpt. That looks so cool. Now, I believe to darken this up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little bit of the blue-green that I have here, and I'm going to mix it with a bit of Corvus Black and a lot of thinner, and just very gently glaze this face of the skulls. Just try to darken them up a bit. I think it'll really help. Because it'll add that, it'll add the contrast between the light and dark, and I think it'll really make the OSL pop. So we get a bunch of airbrush thinner. One, two of the blue / green thing, color. This color, green, blue. Green is what it's saying, so it's green. We'll shake up our Corvus Black. And then using the brush that I'm going to use to mix it together, I'll just get a little bit of the Corvus Black on the end. On my mixing brush, we'll just pick up a teeny bit of Corvus Black. About this much. Just mix it through and see what we come out with. You can always add more, which I think I might be doing. Yeah, it's still too blue. We want a bit more of our Corvus Black in there. We might just shovel up a big lump of it like that. Hello, Mr. Iron. How you going, Pure? Yeah, I think this is going to come up a lot nicer. I might thin it out a little bit because it's seeming a bit thick. I think this is the sort of color that we want. Yeah, that's much nicer. We'll just get a little bit more thinner in there. 1, 2, 3. And then with our mixing brush. Cool, and we'll just a very light glaze. Okay, because this is what the color sort of comes out as. So, thin glaze. Ooh, maybe need a very thin glaze. Just from a long distance, I think. Okay, yeah, I'll need to be quite far away when I do this. I just need to... What I'll do is I'll start it on my hand where I can see it. And then I'll gently pull it up onto the skulls. I think maybe there's a bit too much blue in that. I think it's looking okay. I think it's a bit too green though. Yeah, I think the green comes a bit too much on the white base. So we might actually need a bit more black. Doing good. Won a 1,000 point versus 1,600 point game today. Nice. How do you manage that? I'm assuming you were the 1K. Really, I'll see if a very, very thin amount of contrast paint might do it. Just apply this along. I think really pull it in the darker sections. You agreed to a 1K game, but your opponent had too many Marines, and you, being petty, added them up and found out he cheated by quite a bit. Wow, okay. And you still won. Look, at that point, that's not you being petty, that's you being right. Okay, so I think this is going to be a lot better. Then we have the OSL, and it's darker on the outside edge, and I can clean that up a little bit if it doesn't look too great later. We'll just see how it dries, and we can always clean it up. So let's get rid of all this excess crap I have in my brush. Okay, we're just about clear. I'll just run some low improver through that, and then I think we should be okay to let the airbrush sit for a little bit. And we can do some hand brush details. Lick a clean brush and wash off some of the excess from the highlights of the shadows of the skulls. Yeah, will do. Well, some of the highlights are still peeking through on the shaded section. I'll show you what it looks like, but it's honestly, because I did it with a contrast paint, it's kind of just it rolled away from the highlights quite nicely already. But like, you can see there that you can see like the highlights on the eye sockets are still peeking through quite nicely anyway. But yeah, I'm liking the way this is looking so far. So I think we're gonna hand brush some of the details on the base now. So that'll be things like the flagpole, the icon on the flag, the tentacle, and the tentacles coming out of the water as well. Oh, not water, out of the juice. So what am I doing now? Hang on. Okay, I'm gonna briefly take off my mask and test the air. Still not quite safe for human inhalation. We will keep the mask on for the time being. Okay. Let's put the spray box away though, because we're not going to be spraying the rest of this. Oh, whoops, I accidentally tilted my camera as I did that. Oh, shit. There we are. Oh, it's slightly off center, isn't it? That's going to annoy me to no end, because I can see the slightly off angle on it. Okay. So, what are some of the things that we can hand paint? I know we want to do the flagpole. So the flagpole's going to be in a... I'm going to really thin down a silver. Maybe not a silver. Maybe you'll do a gold. Silver probably will show up the OSL a bit better. So maybe we'll do that. So we'll go with lead belcher. Hello, how you going, F-15? Now, I know there's like nothing left in this pot. Darker spots in the river to add more of an effect than just glowing. Yeah, I'll come back through and do some darker bits here and there. I'll just need to... I need to think on it a bit, figure out what I'm gonna do with it. Because yeah, I'll probably hand brush some little bits in here and there. Gonna start working on another Titan project with your nephew? Nice. Silver, try not to build a Titan challenge. Impossible. A 1-to-1 scale Imperator Titan. I think the government would be on your ass if you tried that. Just see this monument going up in someone's backyard. We'll do a slightly larger one, larger brush. Not doing any super fine details. We'll really thin this down. If I have it super thin, I can probably try to just go over the top of this this bit where I've sprayed already. And I might be able to show the pink through underneath. Oh, shit. I nearly just dropped it. I planted my finger into it and thought I broke something. But thankfully it's cork, so I just squished it down and it popped right back up. And so I reckon what I'll do, I'll just cover this with the silver first, and then we'll come back through and darken up the sections that aren't directly illuminated, and then we'll brighten up the sections that are getting the OSL on them. Now, I looked away for a second and I've completely lost where we were in the chat. Holy shit. Okay, it's still on the topic of silver being built like just being completely built different. Man has an underground trade in hand-built knights and titans. Looking good. Thanks, Tiki. The flagpole is very bright at the moment. I'm going to come back through with some black contrast to darken it up in most places. And then we'll have just some of it lit by the OSL. How have you been lately, mate? I noticed you didn't have time to stream this last weekend. You still doing well? Just got back from holiday, doing well, planning a bolt action event for next year. Nice. OSL on the banner goes horizontal to the ground a bit way up the banner pole, lower to the ground on the side closer to the lava, higher up on the opposite side. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the OSL on this side. I was planning just not to do it, but having it start from midway going up, that'd actually be really cool. Thank you, Francois. Holy shit. Is the Ahriman kit bash still in progress? It is. That is the one that I'm probably going to be... That is the single project that will probably take me the longest. One sec. But yeah, I still have a fist... I still have the man and a fistful of molded things that I need to work on. So that is still a thing that is happening. Okay, so... for the flagpole, before I start doing the OSL, I'm probably going to come through with some black contrast paint, just a very thin black contrast paint, just to darken it all up. And then, like, we'll still keep the silver. We'll probably grade the black contrast paint down, and then up towards the point where it's going to have the OSL. And then we'll have the white band, which we'll spray over. And we'll do the same on this side. Do the black wash after the OSL. I just don't want to have the black wash interfere with the OSL is the issue. And this is more because I'm setting up the light and shadow, and then I'm going to do the lighting after I've set up the shadow. Like right now I'm just establishing the color of the staff to begin with. Kind of like how we established the shadows first, but and then we went in with like how we established the light and shadow of the rocks before we then went and sprayed it on. I'm doing the same here. One sec. Bit of grey sear here. Just to help me set up the light points. So for bits that'll have the OSL, they will be like here. On that side. And then like here. On this side. Lord Inquisitor dog farts a lot is on tear tonight. Nice, I guess. Okay, so now that I've got those bits established, I'll finish my my contrast black on the other sections. And then we'll come back in with our airbrush. I might just get a teeny bit of this out on my palette to work with. Thin this down as much as we can. And see how this goes. Yeah, and it's gone over the, honestly, I've actually gone over the bits that I've marked with grey sear, so I'll just coat it all, and then I'll come back through and remark the Gracier points. I'll use a just a wet brush to drag away from these brighter sections, just so that I can reduce the darkening effect as much as possible. Because we do want those to be our bright points. So now we'll come back in with a bit of the Gracier. Just on this band here. And this band here. And while that dries, let's think about what other little bits we can hand paint. I think the air is probably breathable by flesh and blood humans now, so I can take my mask off. Oh, I'm free! Oh, man. Oh, man, yeah, I love working with the airbrush, but holy shit, the mask is not comfortable. We are free, though. I can breathe. I've just realized something. There are some parts of this base that are missing. This man has yet to be primed. Oh shit, wait, no, that needs the airbrush. Maybe we'll finish the stream by priming Gavin and his buddies. We'll finish the stream with priming Gavin and the buddies, because they'll take some time to dry anyway, and I've just put away the spray box. So we'll get back to that later. What we can focus on in the meantime, I reckon, is we can paint the iconography on the staff. So I think a thinned down gold for the eye here would be good. What we can actually do is we can probably just use our silver and then go over it with a yellow to make it gold. Or go over it with an orange to make it gold. That'd probably be easier, and I've already got silver out, and that way we can guide it more towards the color we want rather than having to go super bright and then sort of edge it back. There we are. That's how I can get the camera to focus on it. I just need to get my finger right behind the bit that I'm painting. Cool. Yeah, so we'll start off just by making this all silver. The silver baubles at the bottom of the banner should get a hand-painted OSL glaze on the bottom half of each one. Yeah, I'll go back through and do that because they don't really fit at the moment. I was just letting them dry at first because I'm also gonna do some gold on the fronts of them. So actually, I'll do them silver now so that when I come back through and make each of them gold on the front, it'll all be done in the same timing. But yeah, so these are all going to be. Yeah, I'm going to glaze these all to fit with the rest of the glaze around them. Thank you for reminding me. Because I've got the baubles on this side as well that still need to be done. This is a bit of an awkward one to reach just because of how far away from the edge of the base it is. I'm having to hold my brush quite far back so that I can still have my hand braced. And these ones on this side I'll darken up a bit because they're not as in direct light. Actually, I might just need to flip the whole base upside down so that I can reach this a bit easier. Yeah, that's probably a bit better than what I was just doing. Okay, and now we'll do the icon on the far side as well. I just thin it down a little bit so that it doesn't block up all the details. There's the little details on the icon on the banner are very, very thin, very, very flat, so I don't want to gum them up with thick paint. Okay, cool. so let's let that dry and get ready to convert the icon to gold. So what do we want to use to make the icon gold? Like, I've got Imperial Fist Contrast. I think that might be a bit too strong for what we're working with. Otherwise, we've got, like, Vallejo Yellow. Might be a bit too yellow. Definitely, I want something in the warmer sort of range. So I think the Imperial Fist might be the sort of thing we want, because then we can darken it up after the fact. Otherwise, it'd be like Flash Gets Yellow, which is really bright. I don't think that's really what we want. You like Retributor Gold? Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, because I'm converting the silver into gold, just because I want to be able to do it with a bit more control. And I don't like the way that gold contrast paints really work. Well, sorry, not gold metallic paints. I feel like they have way too much white pigment in them, so they can be a real pain to get them to cover evenly. So I prefer working from a silver and then converting it to gold in a lot of situations. I could maybe do a bit of a combination of orange and yellow, just to slightly convert the silver that I have into gold. What I'll do, actually, is I'll play around on my thumbnail until I'm happy. Well, so I do have metallics, so because what I'm doing, Francois, is I've applied the silver to the eye, and so I've got the metallic undercoat to it. So if I apply a yellow to it now, then I can turn that silver into a gold. Like, just as a quick example, with what I've got. And we'll just try it with the Imperial Fists. See how it looks with the contrast paint. Have you seen the Minecraft movie trailer? I have. It is it was an odd one. Then, for example, on my finger here, probably a bit thinner than what I've got there. Hey guys, you're out, tired, need to get some sleep. It's been a crazy night. Have a good one. Thanks for dropping by, Silver. Always a pleasure to have you here. Good night. Okay, I reckon the Imperial Fist is a bit too strong. But it's that sort of thing where the silver underneath looks... it sort of becomes a gold when you add it over the top. So I think it's a bit too sickly yellow. I'll give the yellow a shot, because I think the orange might be sort of pushing it a bit too much in a different direction for my liking. So I'll really thin this down. Actually, honestly, no. I think I like the more orange because this yellow's got more green to it, so it doesn't really look gold. So I think we will go with the Imperial Fist contrast for it. One sec, though. Okay. So let's get a little bit of the Imperial Fist contrast on our palette so that we can thin it out to the level we want it to be. He's painted his fingernails, he's trans. Look. Brother, if you're scared of painted nails, I don't know what to say. There are a lot scarier things in this world than painted fingernails. No non-metallic metal, Birdman Zinch will not be pleased. Look, Francois, I'm tackling OSL today. I'm not opening up another can of worms. Fear of the zest, indeed. Fear of the zest. Go on about transitioning into a Zangor. There we are, just like that. We've got a nicely covering gold. Yeah, just because I feel like Leadbelcher is so much nicer to work with than things like Retributor Gold. So you can just start with the silver and then just turn it into a gold from there, and that way it's easier to cover with to begin with. Yeah, because now it's like I painted it with gold in the beginning. Better show up to that 1,000 substream with Zangor blue arms and hands now. Jesus. Look, I'm getting more and more scared of this 1,000 substream every time it's brought up. Can't forget the beak reveal. What we do is I have a mask that's like a beak, and I just have it constantly sticking into the bottom of the frame for the entire thing. It's the only thing that's in focus for the entire stream. You have to do the challenge. You want it to happen. Drink every time the knife hits your finger. I was assuming we were adding that. We were adding the Zangor blue arms and everything on top of the drink every time I nearly cut myself. But yeah, I really like the way that's turned out. And of course, I'm gonna shade the gold once it's dried so that it's not just sort of sticking out like a sore thumb. Do we think that the tentacle on the banner should be metallic as well? Or should it be something else? Because it's detailed where I can like, it's almost framed by the mold, so I can have like part of it be metallic and other parts not be. Or I can have like silver and gold on it. I think there's a lot of flexibility with what I can do with that tentacle. Because I don't think I want to do it the same as the one that's coming out of the magic. But what I will do first is, while I remember, I'll come through and just do the little bits of the bauble there. In gold. Just so that I don't forget about this. The thing is, since it's contrast paint, I'm very nervous that it's just going to flow off of the bit that I'm applying it to. And just ruin the surrounds. Going pretty well so far, though. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. And we'll glaze it with pink once that's dried, just to blend it back in. Also, you have duties to attend to. Good night, fellows. Thanks for dropping by, Commissar. See you later. This bit's really awkward to reach. There's one. Ooh. Oh, my head is so shaky. Man, I reckon the funniest thing about me going really hard on all this is that it's not even going to be visible because it's all going to be buried underneath the legs of the knight. Cool. I think the flag's coming along nicely though. I think honestly, all of these bits up the top here should be some degree of metallic. So we'll come back through with our lead belcher. Going hard, please don't let you see casual. Shut up, Francois. That's fucked up. You can't just say that to me. Okay, so I reckon what I'll do, I'll have some silver, some gold for this. So I think I'll do gold border, silver tendril. Just to give some distinction between it and the center part of the icon. Actually, maybe I'll go silver border, gold tendril. Because that way I can have the rim of the icon sort of contrast against the rim of the tendril. Swear you lack a brain. You good? You can't possibly have less of a brain than I do. Plan was chat on phone and watch on PC. You've been trying to chat on PC out of habit. Okay. Legend. I'd like to know what Games Workshop smokes before pricing their Forge World slop. You've seen some epic levels of dumb online, like streamers who can barely read, trying to read every message of chat out loud. Is that me? Are you talking about me? You wouldn't be talking about me here, would you? This isn't some subtle shade throwing. Actually, it's not very subtle if it is. No, never. Come on. What did I do to deserve this kind of treatment? I don't know how, but I feel like in every in every situation, any social situation I end up in, like whenever I get like a new group of friends or anything, it starts off all chill, and then I very quickly become the one that everyone just bullies. I don't know what it is. I'm just cursed. I'm actually one of the better ones? Okay, thank you. I'll take that compliment, as half-assed as it is. As much as I extracted that one out of you. You want to meet the person who spent £411 on a Mastodon? 411 pounds? Really? It seems like quite a bit. Okay, and then we'll just do this bit as well. You guys and your piles of shame. It's really bad. I've got... like, Francois, I understand that you live in a bunker full... You live in a third-party Games Workshop store. Like, you just have... you have, like, a warehouse full of unopened boxes of minis. But, like... some of us, we don't have the space for that shit, so it just takes up room that could be, like, I'm losing walking space in my room because of the unopened boxes of minis. That is the shameful part.
Yours wasn't that bad, but then Tyranids became insanely cheap and you had to. Yeah, mine's bad, and I'm not buying models that are cheap either. So it's just bad. Okay, so now we can come back through with our gold. With the patrol magazines, you basically paid 1/3 the normal price. You feel if you want when the World Eaters models are in the magazine. I see. Yeah, I still haven't seen the magazines. I know that I've seen people in Brisbane mention that they do have the magazines at the Brisbane Warhammer shop. But they haven't been visible when I've gone in there. And I'm too much of a nervous freak to ask the guy at the register. Next time I'm in there, I might ask about it though.
For a fun challenge, I should buy a Deradeo Dread and try and make it not look stupid. I'm not sure what that Dreadnought looks like. One sec. But also, no. No. I will not be buying any more miniatures for a while. I have too many minis. I don't need more. I've got so many minis. Look him up. GW has a thing for undersized legs, but his are extra. Is he just like a torso sitting on top of feet? I'll finish this little bit, and then I'm gonna look up this Dreadnought. Okay, so now that I've got the metallic on that stuff, oh man, I look, not to like gas myself up too much or anything, but holy shit, that looks beautiful. I'm loving it. That is like some Zinch coloration there. Holy shit. Sorry about the sniffling, but what we're gonna need to do for this is I'm gonna pick out the eyes actually, because there are lots of little eyes on this icon. So I'm gonna pick them out, and then we can start sort of darkening this so that it's not popping out a whole lot, and we can get the we can get some OSL on the underside edge of the metallics there as well. Really make it pop. We can darken it up and then get some OSL underneath. And I think that'll be quite nice. But I am going to quickly go and get a glass of water first, so I will be right back. Okay. Evening, everyone. Hey, medic. How you going? What are we at? Oh yeah, I was gonna have a look at that dreadnought. $40K Deridio Dreadnought. That is an interesting looking dreadnought. It, it doesn't really look like a dreadnought, does it? So for hand painting things, we've got. They need to finish the banner and these tentacles here. Now I think I might come through with the tentacles and just 90% gun, 10% body. They do look a bit strange. I might hand paint the tentacles and then come back through for the like to spray them at the end when I'm doing things like the final pass of OSL on this and stuff. I think I want the tentacles to be more blue so that they can pop against the Tides of Magic. If he shoots all weapons at once, he does a backflip. I would believe it. It's literally an artillery dreadnought. It does just look like a broadside battlesuit. It's like the Imperium version of a broadside battlesuit. Except the Tau broadsides look a lot less silly. And the Fire Warrior has the option of leaving the battlesuit. He's not entombed in there. It's a Battletech dreadnought. What does that mean, Battletech? What are we referring to there? Oh, talking about Mech Warrior. Okay. I feel like the last time I played a Mech Warrior game was
when I was really, really little. When the family had we'd just gotten a computer. And, I don't know if it was MechWarrior 2 or 3. It was in like 2005 or 6. And I remember very little about it. It might have just been MechWarrior 1. I don't remember. I just know that we had it. I don't even remember playing it. I remember the box, like the case that the disc was in, but I don't remember anything about how the game played. Thoughts on the Talon Dreadnought from the Custodies? I am not super familiar with individual unit types overall, especially when it comes to Imperial unit types. So, no comment from me. Now this looks pretty stark, but I'm going to come back through with the airbrush to sort of blend it in with the, well, not blend it in, but to give it glow from the pink rivers. Should all of these individual tentacles here be the same color, or should I have a couple of different colors there, or like a couple in blue and then one in a different color, in like a different green or something, or orange even? I feel like orange probably wouldn't fit. It'd have to be blues and greens because Zinch is all about that. Because I could do pink, but it doesn't really fit because it would be hard to read against the other pink. All of them the same color, you reckon? The base shouldn't draw too much attention from the knight. Fair enough. I do just want to make sure that the base is an absolute banger, though. Fem studies make you happy you never bought custodies. Look, I mean, you can always just pretend it never happened. It's not canon. It never happened. It's fine. Law shouldn't be provided by a tweet. Didn't they wasn't it just, it wasn't just a tweet though, was it? Didn't they drop like a story about a female custody's taking part in the blood games? I still think that it wasn't a fully genuine addition to the lore, seeing as it was just made. It was Amazon trying to strong arm Henry Cavill into including female custodies in the live action. Codex lore blurb and now an animation on Warhammer Plus. I see. Yeah, then when people asked about it being a woman, the infamous "there's always been women since the first 10,000 happened." Yeah, which isn't exactly true. There's never once been a mention of a female custody before that, and there had been passing mentions or passing references about the custodies being male, but nothing explicitly said. They're like, heard the writers wanted custodies for years now. Yeah, I'd be ready to believe that, because I know that I had heard that old GW was much more against, like the old GW higher-ups were much more against female custodies and space marines and stuff, and the writers have kind of just been chilling and waiting until the higher-ups are a bit more open, and then so that they can sort of start to change things and make additions. They'll probably change it back in the next few years. I don't know if they'll change it back, but they probably, like, with how badly it's been received, they probably just won't focus on it. They'll just kind of like ignore it and pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, glad it's more of a realistic female warrior look and not a supermodel. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I'm glad to hear that. Because at the end of the day, the custodies are still roided out of their minds. Like, she would have, like, higher testosterone levels than, like, modern day, like, world champion powerlifters. Fight scenes go kind of hard, not gonna lie. This is the thing, I've said this before about Warhammer Plus. I have no idea what goes on Warhammer Plus. I feel like they do a terrible job of advertising what is actually there. I never see ads for shows that are on Warhammer Plus. I never see anything that recommends Warhammer Plus. They just kind of have their shit going there and hope that people stumble into it. Okay, now I think we can start to darken up the metallics that we have at the top there. What I will do first is get a little bit of grey seer. And use it just to draw a couple of highlight lines along here. So in line with the base. Oh, actually, what I was going to do first is pick out the eyes. That's right. Also, remember what you said about Sister Silence using sign language? The guess how they communicate in the show. Cool. That's really neat. I like that. I like that it makes sense that they would like throw gang signs to talk to each other, because like how else are you gonna how else are they gonna communicate? Okay, so I reckon what we'll do for the eyes is there are 6 eyes and the big eye. So there are 6 little eyes plus the big eye. And I reckon what we'll do is we'll pick out each of the little eyes with a different color. So we'll have a blue one, a pink one, and I don't know what the third color will be. Maybe we'll do 2 blue, 1 pink in the middle. That'll probably be easier. Then we can get symmetry. Let's get our tiny little brush here. Get a little bit of pink on here. Heard they included a few people who spoke British Sign Language to come up with a combat sign language, aka BSL, but Rushed pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's cool. I like when they take inspiration from actual things, because it just sort of it makes it feel more real when they do those things. And because then when you have an actual system that you're following, even just for the animation or the show, when there's an actual like rhyme and reason to things, you can tell that there's consistency in what they're doing rather than just throwing out random symbols. Oh man, I'm making a mess of this. That's really bad. Oh, that's so bad. How did I do that so terribly? Also looks like the Blood Angels FOMO box didn't sell well. Can still buy it on the website. It's launching tomorrow. Is this just the new Blood Angels Combat Patrol, or is this a different Blood Angels themed box? Because I looked at the Blood Angels Combat Patrol. Is the new one the one that has 15 models in it for a Combat Patrol? Big box with the Brutalis and the new characters. Okay, so not the Combat Patrol. This is a different one. I haven't seen it. New Combat Patrol had 6 of the Sanguinary Guard. You've seen people print wings and for different weapons for them, and it looks so much better. Yeah, they just need to make them actually good. Because I assume the I haven't really had a close look at the difference between the old and new Sanguinary Guard, but I would assume that the foundation of the model of the new print is pretty good. Like the Marine itself, it's just the issue is that the equipment is all fucked. Would I be correct in saying that? No, new Sangard, just regular ass Jump Marines painted gold. Classic GW. 3 event instead of 5 now. Body in general is more generic to the point anyone can make them look fine. Jesus. These are scathing reviews. Depressing for Blood Angels is why you'd rather you get less shit for Space Marines and more for everyone else, so Space Marines get good models again. Yeah. If only. Like, Eldar players get nothing but the worst. They have just been shafted for too long. Maybe it's GW's way of trying to protect the Eldar from Slaanesh. Trying to... they're having them practice restraint. Because if they give them too much good shit, then it might get a bit excessive, you know? Eldar Refresh 2025 after only 20 years. Oh, come on, they can wait longer than that. Let's go for 30. Let's go for a really thin glaze of the light blue or the big eye here. There we go. I like that. Are there any Primaris Emperor's Children? Are there any Primaris Chaos Marines at all? Is that a thing? I was under the impression that the Primaris were all, like, Belisarius Call doing crazy shit. So I wouldn't imagine that Chaos would get Primaris, right? Like, short of new Primaris Marines falling to Chaos. Eldar getting a partial refresh under the impression it's only 3 Phoenix Lords and 2 Aspect Shrines. After all this time, it's just 2 Aspect Shrines and 3 of the Phoenix Lords? Really? Really? Can you imagine Eldar Refresh doesn't include Warp Spiders? Oh my god. Oh. That would be like, how can they only refresh 2 Aspect Shrines? That is the worst. Because that's one thing, is I think Eldar are so cool, but their models are so hideous most of the time that I don't want to buy them. And since I'm not buying the Eldar models, Games Workshop are going,
oh, well, obviously, the Eldar are not very popular. Nobody likes to buy them, so there's no point in investing in making more of them because nobody's going to buy them. It'll be a wasted investment.
And it's like, no one's buying your fucking Eldar because they look terrible. They're 20 years old. Yeah, I sorry, got a bit worked up there. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, I think we're pretty much at the point where we can come back with, oh no, I need to darken up the top half. All right, that's what I was doing. Okay, I remember where I'm at now. Or Space Elves. Okay, now correct me if I'm wrong, but I watched a video recently-ish, which was talking about how fucked people were in Warhammer Fantasy before Age of Sigmar, where the elf players, like high elf players, got no new models for like 20 fucking years. Is that real, or am I misremembering? Because if that's the, like, does GW just have something against elves? So we're gonna have our light effect go along there. I just fucked it up. That's not parallel to the ground. I'm so bad. That's more what we need, like that. That's parallel to the ground, more or less. Howling Banshees, Phoenix Lord, Dark Reapers, and their Phoenix Lord, Dire Avengers, and Striking Scorpions are already refreshed. Are they? Okay. Okay, so we'll just drag this along here. Oh, it doesn't go parallel to the ground, it follows the curve at the bottom. Oh, so yeah, well, I'm going to run it around the, okay, it's still running around the underside of the curvature. So it's still going to be going around like that. So it should be fine. It's not completely ruined in any case. Hopefully. Should be right. Although I can see my mistake on this side. It's savable. It's like it never happened. Whoops. Should be right. It's not completely ruined, it's savable. You already have all the Eldar that have been refreshed with new plastic kits, just waiting for the rest of them before you start your Eldar project? Yeah. Maybe, by the time they refresh the Eldar, I will have a lot of these projects mostly out of the way, and I'll have some freedom to go and play around with that. But anyway, now we're gonna darken up these metallics a bit. So we're going to get our black contrast. And we'll drag this down from the top. Such a shame when they refresh the models like this bit by bit. Yeah, because by the time they finish refreshing, like, by the time they refresh the last aspect shrine, the first refreshed aspect shrine just does not, it is not done to the same standard. Grey Knight's refresh will take at least 10 years. Hmm. so we want to have it darkest up the top here. And then we peter it out as we come down. We want to drag up to the top so that the darkest points pool up high. The Dire Avengers are nice. Correct me if I'm wrong. Dire Avengers, they're the aspect shrines that are just Guardians Plus, aren't they? Will be a cool day when they remodel the Catan. You know that's not happening because GW don't like making models of Xenos. If anything, like the first Catan model that we're gonna get, it'll be like the Void Dragon enslaved by the Mechanicus, and then it'll be like Belisarius Cole riding the Void Dragon into battle or something, like driving the like a car powered by the Void Dragon. It won't be like the fucking... Yeah, it's not gonna be like the Nightbringer or anything like that. Can you imagine the Nightbringer and the Deceiver like the Void Dragon model? The Void Dragon model is so sick. We need a new Nightbringer. They have a full-fledged new Void Dragon model and it's beautiful. No, yeah, I've seen it, but what I mean is I feel like we will get another Void Dragon, but this time in service of the Imperium before we get any of the any standalone Catan. Yeah, this is a bit dark, so what I'm going to do is while it's wet, I'm going to work with it and just keep wicking it upwards away from the light points. Looks beautiful. Thank you, Jabbering Jehoshaphat. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm just sort of trying not to completely drown out the gold on this. I think I actually just need to come through with a wet brush and just wick it all upwards a bit more. We want to darken it, but the issue is that the texture of the tendril is making it hard to glaze it, because it's just everything's just falling into the recesses. I think that'll probably be fine. That sort of that sort of aesthetic. Just want to darken it as much as possible on the top edge. But still keep the gold recognizably gold. Just want to avoid too many brush marks as well. Want it to have a nice smooth finish if I can. Yo, Francois, you're freaking me out with the cryptic emojis. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. Just pondering my choice of method for my shadow glaze. Okay. Well, you can ponder away. I think it'll turn. I think it'll be okay. Because I think that looks a lot nicer with the shade than this. Because this, like, as a flat finish, this is really nice. But it's going to be underneath the knight. So I like that it's going to cast the shade from the top there. The issue that I am going to encounter is when it comes to airbrushing this, I'm scared of getting excess on here. So I'm probably going to have to turn the PSI down quite low and get in quite close to stop it from being really nasty. Airbrushing what? Am I not going to be airbrushing the tiny little strip across there? I guess I could just glaze it normally. That'd probably be easier. Thinking of just doing a very light airbrush of the OSL glaze along the metallics. But I guess it'd be easier to control manually, and then I'm not going to be compromising the flag. I freaked everyone out with that one. Just add the tiny bit of dark pink glaze on the banner pole. What am I thinking? Oh, so I'm also going to have a little bit of pink glaze on the underside of the gold icon. Would we not think that would be a good idea? Just to, because I think that it'd be nice just to get a bit of the pink on the underside of the icon there, but I guess I can just manually brush that on. Do that by hand personally? Yeah. I guess I will have a lot more control for that. Okay. Well, with that being the case, let's start trying to hand glaze that. So first up for the baubles, let's zoom this in. I'm gonna do a little point of the very light pink on them, for the bright point. Hopefully I don't make a mess of this. But just on the underside. Just have a little point of our bright pink there. And I'll do that for each of the baubles, and then we'll glaze up from that. In a thinner glaze of the darker purple. Oh. So now I can come through and glaze that. So we'll get our dark purple on the wet palette so we can thin it out. And I've just put a few drops of water next to it on the wet palette there, just so I can bleed it through. So now I've got some very thin purple, which I should hopefully just be able to glaze with. So we'll pull it down from above onto the metallic. In fact, I can probably thin this out even more. I've seen the Redemptor Dreadnought scenes in Space Marine 2. I have not seen anything of Space Marine 2 since it's released. Against a Hellbrute and a Helldrake? What? Man, you need a Helldrake? Well, you know who has a Helldrake but hasn't painted or hasn't even taken it out of the box yet? That thing's been sitting in my room for, I was gonna say months. I think nearly 2 months now. Many weeks at least. I don't think I'm ever unboxing that thing. Helldrake seems like it should cost a lot more by GW standards. Yeah, I was surprised at how cheap Helldrakes and Forge Fiends and all that actually are. I say how cheap they are. Like, obviously they're not cheap, but they're a lot cheaper than I was expecting them to be. Okay, so let's thin down our really light pink, because we're going to use that as the bright point for our glaze. Honestly, the super light pink, maybe not the best. So I'm going to use the darker pink to, the darker purple to glaze it. We'll just pick up any excess. And yeah, we'll do this with the darker purple. We'll just sort of dab it in and let it fall into recesses first. Because these recesses down the bottom are the bits that are going to be catching the light anyway. And then as that dries, then we can come in and just glaze our way up. Right, I'm just going to keep sort of dabbing it up higher and higher. Just sort of try to drag this up the mini a bit. Hold it more flat so that it stops running around. And I'm not super happy with the way this is coming out. But it's always fixable. Just need to play around with it until we get it to a point that it's alright. Like, at a distance, it's not the worst. But I think the white layer underneath is kind of making it pretty nasty. I probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, because it's sort of adding a degree of texture that I'm not super content with. I probably should have just glazed over the metallic raw without the white underneath. I don't think... It might be thin enough that I can probably just afford to go metallic back over the top and then glaze it again. Because I don't think I've got... I never really went over it with any particularly thin coats of paint, so there's not going to be a huge amount of texture to worry about. So I might be able to just go back through and redo it. It might be the cleanest way of doing it. We'll see what it looks like when I try glazing on this side. And if I'm not happy with how it looks on this side as well, then I might just come back through with the metallics. With the one on the pole, it's just because the pole is silver. Yeah, okay, I get it. Because the silver's just not bright enough to really show it through. I will say, I'm not sure if I can afford to airbrush the glaze on the pole, because I run the risk of just hitting everything behind it, so I might need to manually do this glaze as well. Because otherwise I'm just going to hit the base and hit the flag. So while these dry, I'll probably just get on to trying to manually do the glaze on the pole. Just very gently. I'll need to hold the model still so it doesn't run everywhere. I reckon we'll do a dab it onto the white. And sort of dab it around the surrounds as well. And then we'll build up the section on the white. Yeah, we'll let this dry and then I'll turn it over and do the other side. The silver is bright enough, but the white hot shine that silver would have when reflecting light should also be there. Okay, I'm with you, I'm with you. Whereas it's not as big of a thing with gold because it's not as much of a white gleam. It's more in line with the color palette of the gold. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how the gold is coloring with the the glaze there. So I will probably redo the metallic on the icon and then come back through and just tint it. Yeah, because I've kind of made a mess of the icon with the gray band. Yeah, I reckon this will come up nicely. Just need to hold it still so that it doesn't run all over the place. I might also redo this section here, just make it a bit brighter, because that one I think is a... Actually, it might not be that bad, because we've got the, if I get the legs of the knight, set him up the way he will be, like, it'll be in the shadow of him, so I don't think it actually matters that much. I think that, this section is fine. So we'll just redo the silver coat on the icon and then make it gold again, and then we'll come back through and tint it. A bit of fiddling around, but you live and learn. Yeah, thankfully, there's no real bad texture issues here. It's all coming out pretty smooth. Okay. Now clean our brush, come back through, make it gold again, and then we can come through and tint it. Whole lot of fiddling around. I'll need to darken this section. I think I've got a bit too much of the yellow on my brush. Honestly, maybe I don't even need to darken this bottom edge that much. Nearly 6 a.m. time to sleep, I think. Sunju, you need to fix your sleep schedule. Jesus, mate. Like, I hate to be the one to say this, but I don't think my streaming times are healthy for you. Nah. What do you mean, nah? You fix it when you need it to be. Outside of classes, you're chilling. All right, then. I mean, I'm not your mum. I can't tell you what you can and can't do. I will tell you now, though. Get yourself some sleep, mate. Thanks for dropping in. Always a pleasure. Classes are in less than 2 weeks. I see. You're getting your late nights in while you can. Don't be silly. What did I just suggest that was silly? The schedule shall continue with uni. Okay. My bad for assuming that you'd try to have a decent schedule while you're at school. You only have classes 3 days a week for the first 2 months of uni, so it should be great. I see. Well, I mean, I guess that means that you'll still be able to show up to my streams, right? Anyway, enough of that. I thought you were going to bed, mate. Go on. Get to sleep. You're no longer welcome here. Get out.
It's past your bedtime. Oh. Of course, baby. I don't like that. Alright. Yeah, I'll catch you later, mate. Getting kicked out. Oh no. It's a bit thick. We'll probably... Oh, I was taking the piss. Yeah, all good, mate. I'm not worried about anything. It's pretty hard to upset me. Nah, yeah, but... In any case... Yeah, if you're going to be heading off now, I hope you have a good rest. Take care of yourself and all that. Peace out. Good luck on the eye. Thank you. Hopefully it'll be done by the next 2 streams. Yeah, I think that's a lot better than what I had. That's a lot better. Yeah, okay. Comparing that to this, the depth is really nice. Hey, Reese, how are you? Went a bit further from the light source, so we'll wick it down towards the bottom a bit more, be a bit more reserved in the way we apply it. Eat pizza you am? Nice. What pizza am you eat?
Pizza pepperoni, eat me I am. Nice. Pizza pepperoni, I am quite like. Hello, you're back. Welcome back, Chaos. Been enjoying Space Marine so far? Oh, okay, that's really cool. I'm really happy with how this is turning out. And now, I think I just need to come back with, what I'm probably going to do now is just come back with the airbrush, get a bit of glow on the under edges of these tendrils, and then we'll base coat our Zangors. We'll get our primer on them so that we can paint them when we start doing the legs of the Titan. Oh, not Titan, it's not a Titan, of the Knight. Yes, sir, you are? Nice. Have you been playing with friends, or are you playing single player? I imagine since you're often playing Fortnite with your buddies that you've got some friends who you've abducted some friends to play it with. Spray box is back. You're playing by yourself? You did play with a friend earlier? Oh, okay. So is the single player campaign the same as the 3-player co-op, or is it different? Like, can you play the single player campaign with friends? And is there like a separate 3-player campaign as well, or what? Because I'm not 100% on what the game modes are. Because I know there's PvP as well. One sec. Okay, so for this thing here, is there anything in the nozzle? No, nozzle's clear. Okay, I did a good job of, I did a relatively good job of clearing out the brush. So I'll just spray out any excess. Which there is a little bit in there. It's mostly good. Cool. So, for this bit, getting our purple, some thinner, That should be heaps. And then it'd probably be 2 drops of paint. 1, 2. Then just with a mixing brush, stir that on through. How does this cover? That's about what we want. Cool. So first things first, I'll actually see if I can do a little bit just on this. Just on the staff handle there. But the main things are going to be the bottoms of these tendrils. Okay, I'm gonna turn my PSI right down. So that I can get in close. Yeah, you can play the campaign with friends. Sorry, you're destroying Xeno Scum. Oh, good. Righto. Okay, so get in close here. Oh, shit. Yeah, it sort of spreads weirdly. It's not speckly, is it? No. I like it. I like how it gets into the recesses like that. I think that's quite cool. I just need to push it down back towards the towards the stream. I think I might need to manually brush these. Because it's sort of building up quite a lot, so I'm just having to sort of spread this out with just the air pressure. Stop it from being really gross. Yeah, I think, honestly, I'm better off just getting the paint on my brush, just really thin, and just dabbing it into the recesses of these tendrils to give them recess highlights. Rather than trying to spray it in. Okay, honestly, that's probably enough for me in terms of blending the tendrils with the streams of magic. Then one last thing I might do. Been playing Space Marine 2 non-stop since 12 p.m. Nice. I might just, as a final touch, just from a distance, just come through with a bit more of the pink. Couple on the skulls there. Oh, look at the glow on those skulls now. That is really neat. I like that. That's going to be so cool. This game is addicting. That's good to hear. Okay, so let's clear out the excess in here. And then let's spray our primer onto the Zangors, who will also be using for the base, because we'll paint them along with the legs of our knight. So let's get some flow improver in here. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Swish this around with some water. Try to pick up any paint that's gotten stuck. Brush that out. Spray this out. Well, so now we'll set the base aside. Quite happy with how it's looking. And let's get our Zangors in here. What's left of them, at least. Here's Gavin. And co. Just shake up our primer. Okay. In a boom. Probably go a little bit more thinner, obviously, or honestly, not obviously, honestly. We'll get a few drops of primer in there. I feel like every time I open the lid to my primer bottle, it just sprays everywhere. It's the worst. Let's just mix this through. See how this comes out. A bit thin. Get more primer in there. Probably using way too much primer for how many minis I'm priming. But it is what it is. There we go, it's a bit better. Yep, that'll be fine. Let's get to it. Got this man first. I've forgotten who this one was. This was Gavin's friend. I forgot what Gavin's friend's name was, though. He's less important than Gav himself. Is it Steve? I think it was Steve. What a small spoiler. It's a cool detail, though. I've been trying to watch as little content on Space Marine as possible, because I'm waiting for when it drops, like when the full release is. So probably want to avoid spoilers. He is Steve? Okay. Yeah, I think I thinned down my primer a bit too much. I mean, it's better to be too thin than too thick. I can always come back. Yeah, I've already run through of it because it was so thin, just blitzed through. Let's try running it just without thinner first, just to see how that looks. So we'll just work it in. Okay. Doesn't seem to be blocking up. We'll try it without thinner in there. Okay, yeah, it's covering a lot nicer. It just sticks a bit better and doesn't get pushed aside by the air pressure. Yeah, so note to self, when I'm priming using the airbrush, thin less rather than more. Zangord, he needs the bad spelling of Stephen. I don't know what you mean about the bad spelling. I think you mean the correct spelling. Like, the name started off as a PH name, and it got abbreviated to Steve, like Steve with a VE, and then people then went and reworked the PH name to be a VEN. You have returned. Why have you returned, Sanji? I thought you were going to sleep. Welcome back, though. you finish the eye? Yeah, one sec. I'll finish priming this dude and I'll show you what we've ended up with. Calling in life is to see that eye. Okay. So, this is what we've ended up with. Hang on, I'll just... Yeah. I'm pretty happy with it. And then that's the other side. Yeah, I think it's come up quite nicely. Then you may sleep. Who knows? Depending on how this looks with everything else in the base done, I might come back through with some Nuln Oil or something just to darken up the top half a bit more. But yeah. Am I going to add details to the eye itself? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not super confident in my ability to do those sorts of things. We'll see, though. Stephanie, what is happening in chat right now, guys? Yeah, you're vanished now. Am I live tomorrow? No, not live tomorrow, unfortunately. I was able to, but changes in the schedule mean that no, I can't do tomorrow. I'll come out with the schedule for next week, though, probably later today. So that way, you'll be able to see what I can do. Yeah, going forward. But yeah, I was originally planning to go live tomorrow, but unfortunately had some changes happen. You win some, you lose some. Oh yeah, it's Australian time. Tomorrow is Saturday. Tomorrow is Saturday. If everything's all good on my end of the pond. Yeah, no, nothing crazy. Just some shuffles around in the work roster. It is what it is. Have a good one. Yeah, I'll see you later, Sanju. Hey. But I think with that, pretty much done everything that I had planned on doing for today. This is all the basic stuff of the base done, I would say. We've done the, what's it called? We've done the tendrils, we've done the skulls, we've done the lighting, mostly. We've done the flag. All that's left to do now is get started on the legs of the knight, I think. So what we'll do to finish the base is we'll do these sections of the legs. We'll set up, we'll stage the Zangors, we'll plant this dude down, and then we'll start painting that shit. We'll get the OSL on the legs, and then we can just go all in on the knight itself. I think we're so close to getting started on the knight now. I'm just going to get some thinner in here.